Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our MCs, Charter President Roy Tang from the Rotary Club of Dragon, Hong Kong, and immediate past President Josephine Leung from the Rotary Club of Kowloon North.
Distinguished guests, fellow Rotarians, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the 62nd District Conference of Rotary International District 3450. Apart from those physically present at the conference, I would also like to welcome those joining via live stream from Macau and Mongolia.
Before we begin, in order to adhere to Hong Kong government regulations and to ensure a smooth running of our conference, we have implemented strict house rules which all participants must adhere to. Please listen carefully, and if you have any questions, please ask any of our organizing committee members or hotel staff for clarification. All guests must wear a face mask at all times throughout the day. Strictly no eating or drinking inside the ballroom, inside the breakout session rooms, outside the ballroom at the House of Friendship, basically anywhere except your designated meal area during meal times. Please wash your hands frequently or use the hand sanitizers provided to clean your hands. If you have a fever or any respiratory symptoms, coughing or sore throat, please contact our organizing committee members or take an early leave from the conference. Please wear your district conference badge throughout the conference and use the same seat in the ballroom for the rest of the day. The current government regulations still require group gatherings as well as catering premises to be limited to 4 persons per group, except when sitting down to consume food and drinks, which allows 8 persons. As such, please avoid gathering in more than 4 people groups outside the ballroom and when mingling with other participants. Please also refrain from taking photos of more than 4 people and sharing photos on social media of groups of more than 4. There will also be simultaneous interpretation between English and Cantonese available for our guests today. Headsets can be obtained from outside at the designated table on a first-come, first-served basis.
好，由於頭先嘅announcement 比較重要，所以我用中文再 repeat 一次啊。所有嘅嘉賓今日必須全日佩戴口罩，除咗用指定嘅用餐區、場地嘅宴會廳、分組會議房、會議廳外邊有友誼之家，其他地方都係嚴禁進食嘅飲食嘅。請經常洗手或使用酒精搓手液清潔雙手。如果你有發燒或者任何呼吸道嘅症狀，包括咳嗽、喉嚨痛，請聯絡我哋工作人員或者考慮提前離開我哋今日嘅會議。請大家全日帶住你哋嘅會議名牌，希望大家喺亦都全日坐返同一個座位，避免感染。目前咧，政府嘅限制咧仍然係除咗餐飲嘅時候，仍然係4人嘅，所以咧盡量避免超過4個人嘅聚集，或者咧將你哋嘅影咗個相片咧，4個人以上就盡量避免擺唔好再放上去social media 上邊啦。我哋亦都會提供英語同埋粵語嘅傳譯，閣下咧可以喺門口嘅一個接待處咧攞到個耳機就先到先得嘅。Thanks for bearing with us while we went through the house rules. Now, are you all ready for this year's district conference? Rotarian and guests, please rise to welcome. Guest of honor, Mr. Philip Chen, GBS JP, Chairman of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, accompanied by the District Governor, Keith Chow. Mrs. Choi Chow, accompanied by the District Conference Organizing Committee Chair, District Secretary Elizabeth Fong, Rotary International President Personal Representative, Rotary International Director Nominee, Kim Bok Chu and Mrs. Phyllis Chu, and they are joining us online today.
Please be seated. would now like to invite our guest of honor, Mr. Philip Chan, GBS JP, Rotary International President's personal representative, Rotary International Director nominee Kim Bok Chiu, District Governor Keith Chow, and District Conference Organizing Committee Chair, District Secretary Elizabeth Fong, to carry out the kickoff ceremony. Now let me count to 3, and please press the button on the screen for the opening ceremony. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Fellow Rotarians and guests, please be upstanding for the national anthems of People's Republic of China, Mongolia, and Republic of Singapore, followed by the Rotary anthem.
Thank you. Please be seated. May we now invite District Governor Keith Chow to declare the 62nd District Conference open.
I declare Rotary District 3450 62nd District Conference open.
Thank you, District Governor. Please be seated. We would now like to invite District Conference Organizing Committee Chair, District Secretary Elizabeth Fong, for her welcoming remarks.
Dear Mr. Philip Chan, GBS JP, our honorable guest of honor, Rotary International President, Personal Representative, Rotary International Director nominee Kim Bok-Chiu, District Governor Keith Chow, and also past District Governors, future District Leaders, fellow Rotarians, and Rotaractors. Hello, and a very good afternoon to Singapore, Macau, Mongolia, and of course, Hong Kong. With my greatest pleasure and honor that I warmly welcome you all this afternoon to this very important district conference. And this is the first time we are hosting a district conference concurrently in Hong Kong, Macau, Mongolia, and with our Rotary International President's personal representative, Mr. Kim Bok-Chiu, also witnessing this visual presence from Singapore. District Governor Keith, thank you. And hello to Macau, Singapore, and Mongolia. District Governor Keith Chow and myself are truly touched and excited seeing over 600 Rotarians, Rotaractors, Interactors, all together now covering 3 countries and 2 zones. Today's digital world is very amazing, enabling seamless connection, fellowship, and engagement anytime, anywhere, even under the challenges of the pandemic. Our conference theme is Serve to Change Lives. Has never been more meaningful, relevant, and empowering. The past 2 years have certainly brought us the realization that unprecedented changes can occur at a scale and a speed that never before has happened to us. It's very unimaginable. And we are therefore more than ever committed to our worthy cause of to serve and to change for good. While the theme of our conference and the subject of our plenary and breakout sessions reflect this conscious effort to change and effect change, we have prepared an exciting program for every one of you for these 2 days and hope you will find it engaging, inspiring, informative, and of course exciting. We are delighted to have invited coveted speakers from the community and of course from within our Rotary family. And we are also covering, the families from Hong Kong, Macau, and Mongolia. And we are speaking on riveting topics covering education, service, ESG, vocational, and empowering girls under our Serve to Change Lives focus. I do urge all of you participate and engage yourself in these meaningful sessions. We are all Rotary people of action. Together, let us cherish these 2 days, very long missed face-to-face fellowship, to stay enlightened, be inspired, and be recognized for this year's selfless accomplishments in serving those in need. A very big thank you to all of you present today, near and far, and hope you will enjoy these 2 days as much as I and our organizing committee enjoy and treasure organizing for all of you, our dear fellow Rotarians, Rotaractors, and Rotary family. May I wish you all a very happy, healthy, and peaceful Rotary year ahead, and do enjoy this conference in the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Please return to your seat. We would like to take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished guests who are with us today and to recognize them individually. Let us first recognize our guest of honor, Mr. Philip Chen, GBS JP, Chairman of Hong Kong Jockey Club. Rotary International President, Personal Representative, Rotary International Director nominee, Kim Bok-Chiu and Mrs. Phyllis Chiu. District Governor Keith Chow and Mrs. Zoe Chow. Let us also recognize our district leaders and their spouses. Past District Governor Nuno George. Past District Governor Arthur Au. Past District Governor YK Cheng. Past District Governor Jason Young and Mrs. Rebecca Young. Past District Governor Anthony Hong and Mrs. Mary Hong. Past District Governor Dipo Sani. Past District Governor John Wen. Past District Governor Jones Wong. Past District Governor Peter Wen. Past District Governor Peter Wong. Past District Governor Albert Wong. Past District Governor Ada Cheng. Past District Governor Jason Chen. Past District Governor Kenneth Wong and Mrs. Lucia Wong.
Past District Governor Peter Pang and Mrs. Catherine Pang. Past District Governor Eric Chin. Past District Governor H.W. Fong and Mrs. Irene Fong. Past District Governor Y.C. Ho and Mrs. Linda Ho. Past District Governor Wilson Chang. Immediate past District Governor Eric Check and Mrs. Rachel Check. District Governor-elect Norman Lee and Mrs. Isa Lee. District Governor nominee Andy Lee and Mrs. Jane Lee. District Governor nominee designate Nigel Low.
We would also like to recognize District Conference Organizing Committee Chair, District Secretary Elizabeth Fong. Now we would also like to recognize all club presidents, past club presidents, president-elects, Rotarians, Rotaractors, Interactors, members of Rotary Community Corps, scholars, the Rotary Foundation alumni, spouses and family of Rotary, and special welcome to you all, first-time conference attendees. Once again, a warm welcome to you all.
May we now invite District Governor Keith Chow to deliver his opening address. District Governor Keith, please.
Dear guests of honor, Mr. Philip Chen, GBS JP, Rotary International President, Personal Representative, Director nominee Chin Pok Chu and Mrs. Philip Chu, past district governors, future leaders, distinguished guest speakers, fellow Rotarians, Rotaractors, interactors in Hong Kong, Macau, and Mongolia, all the spouses, good afternoon. I'm extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity to address you all on this extraordinary occasion. Welcome to join the 62nd District Conference of District 3450. On behalf of District 3450, may I extend my warmest welcome to our RI President, Representative, Director, nominee Chin Pok Chu. We are grateful to him for accepting our invitation and gracing with us from Singapore. Rotary year 2021 to 22 is a challenging year for our district. In Hong Kong, we have been suffering from the fifth wave of COVID from January to April 2022. In Macau, they have also conducted universal community tests several times. In Mongolia, many events have been cancelled from July to November last year. But luckily, under this unfavorable situation, we had handle and deliver most of our major service projects and events in the first half of this Rotary year. Also, we have completed all the DG district governor visits, either physical or virtual, with over 100 clubs in our district within an expected time frame. In here, I would like to say thank you for all of your supports. Your high participation and high broadcasting rate are great encouragement to me. For today, breakout section, we invite a number of valuable distinguished guest speakers to share with us on various topics. In the sections, we will discuss about the ESG, environmental, social, and governance, factors to evaluate companies and countries on how far advanced they are with sustainability. Between Rotary and the corporates, we can explore more on how to collaborate to achieve more long-term sustainability projects. Vocational is one of our key aspects of service focus. In the challenging world, we need to know what are the upcoming opportunities and how the technology affects us and the community. Education is another of our focus. During the section, we will also discuss how can we educate to catch up with the ever-changing world. Our Rotarian will also share in the sections, they will share what is served to change lives, how we Rotary serve to change life, and most importantly, how Rotary to change you. In tomorrow's sections, we have invited various variable keynote speakers to share their experience and insights of their expertise. One of our keynote speakers, Ms. Onyi, will be sharing her own experience on how to be an empowering girl, as well as what and how can we empowering girls. I hope their sharing can inspire Rotarians and our Rotaractors. Elevate Rotaract is one of our goals in recent years, and we would like to give them more opportunities to act as the leaders. Today, our DRR Luffy will be the first ever DRR to introduce our RI representative in district conference of our district. This is only the beginning. Let's embrace the Rotaractors and accompanying with them on the journey of elevating Rotaract. Our original plan of this district conference is to host in Macau, but due to the custom restriction, we had changed our plan and relocate the venue back to Hong Kong. I would like to thank our Chair Lady Elizabeth and her committee, also our Vice Chair PP Cynthia Chen in Macau, and Assistant Governor Mika in Mongolia. I know it is not a simple task under this changing situation, but today we have over 600 participants in Hong Kong, Macau, and Mongolia in this district conference. They are the ones we thank for organizing such a huge function. Please pause them for their efforts. Hope you all enjoy the district conference and following breakout session. Thank you.
Thank you, District Governor Keith. Please return to your seats.
May I now invite past District Governor John Wayne to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Philip Chen, GBS JP, Chairman of the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Past District Governor John Wayne, please.
I hope you have noticed I've grown taller. District Governor, RI President's personal representative, guests of honor, fellow Rotarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasant duty of and the honor of introducing our guest of honor, Dr. Philip Chan, whom probably is better known as Chen Lam Luk. The conference organizing committee has had a version of his CV printed in the program book, which you can read on page 10, I believe, at leisure, if you have not already done so. I can assure you, though, that this is an oversimplified version, a modest one provided by the man himself. I have met Dr. Chan when both of us were younger, when he would call me John and I call him Philip. But I must confess that over the years I have not had the privilege of knowing him more and better to be able to rub off from him some wisdom, candor, and scholarship that he's so well adorned with. After learning that I am to introduce him, I asked round a few friends who said they were his good friends. I asked them to tell me something about this distinguished man. Well, he must have many good friends. For all these friends unequivocally said that he is a good guy and an honest man. Specifically, they said that he is a brilliant and clever corporate genius. One of my friends went as far as saying that Philip is a very good speaker. And we will find out soon enough that Philip normally doesn't have a script or read from it. That reminds me of a bloke called Chris Patton, who confessed in his recent book, First Confession, that his opposition noticed that he often spoke on weighty matters in the House of Commons without a script. Like Philip, these people must have great memories who could keep a lot of stuff in their extremely powerful hard disks and are able to retrieve them quickly. Well, undeterred, I looked up Google, and within 0.41 seconds flat, a very long and impressive CV on Philip popped up, complete with where he had studied, where he had worked, what public service roles he had taken up, what achievement he has been best known for, and the long years of voluntary and community service with the Hong Kong Jockey Club, culminating in his being made chairman of the club in June 2020. I'm afraid it would take a rather long time to read them all out here, and I'd rather leave the time for him to share his story with you direct. But in short, Philip has led a very successful and impressive corporate career and has been extremely active and knowledgeable in public governance and policy making, having been involved with many major fields, notably but not limited to education, tourism, theme parks, and charities. Nevertheless, I picked up from Wikipedia some pointers that suggest he and I actually have something in common, believe it or not, albeit rather remotely. Let me quickly share them with you. First, he and I both went to Wah Yan College. Let me repeat and stress, Wah Yan College, not Wah Yan Kowloon, which became rather famous overnight recently. But let me also hasten to say that the two Wah Yans are actually very friendly with each other, so much so that we have set up a Wah Yan One Family Foundation for fundraising and other educational purposes. Well, since we had both studied in the same school, it means that we were both taught by the Jesuits, probably the same Jesuits, and had read the same Bible, even though I had left the school before he joined. Second, we both went to the University of Hong Kong, and we have both been awarded a bachelor's and a master's degree from Hong Kong U, but at different times, of course, and in different disciplines. He had lived in Ritchie Hall. This is Philip, while I have been perpetually associated with this Ritchie Hall, though again at different times. Now, coming to our third and last similarity, we have both written and published books, which means that we are both known as authors. Now, my friends, just as there are rich dads and poor dads, there are rich authors and poor authors. Rich authors are people with names like Obama, Clinton, and Kissinger, who have publishers lining at their doors with generous offers, begging them to let them publish their books. Poor authors, on the other hand, are those whom publishers would not even look at their scripts, or pay the publisher upfront a handsome fee and allow the publisher to alter and redact their scripts, often heavily. I am a typical poor author, and I ended up being my own publisher. On the other hand, Philip is in the rich author category. He had written 7 bestsellers travel books, 2 of which have been published in the mainland and Taiwan, and his research on the great cities theory has been published as Great Cities of the World by Hong Kong U. And here is a copy, which I borrowed from a public library. I actually work hard. I think I will stop here, but before I leave, I must mention that Philip was conferred a Doctor of Business Administration by the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and was made an honorary university fellow by Hong Kong U. For his extensive and valuable public service, he was appointed by the government a Justice of Peace, a Silver Bohemia Star, and a Gold Bohemia Star. I believe Philip would speak about the different roles of the Jockey Club and Rotary in relation to our theme for the year, Serve to Change Lives. I give you Dr. Philip Chan, and please give him your warmest welcome.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Thank you very much. Thank you for those kind words. Were you talking about me?
I believe.
Right. Can I just borrow your book, by the way? Thank you.
Give it back.
Oh, okay, okay. Well,
LCS.
since publishing this book, I have refused to go to the library anymore. The reason is when you...
Can I go back?
Yeah, please, sorry. So I want to give it back to you. Because every time you go to a library, I mean, inevitably you see whether they have a book of my book. And with some difficulty, you probably find one. And you inevitably you want to take it off the shelf. And inevitably, then you look at this piece of paper, where there are any chops or not. And when you see no chops, it is the most saddening experience you can find. The problem is, if you see a lot of chops, it's even worse. That means nobody is buying it. So for that, I hope you actually go and buy one rather than just borrow it from the library. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. Where's my script, by the way? Sorry, where's my script? it really gives me a lot of pleasure to be here, and particularly to see so many people after 2 years of seeing nobody except a screen. Really, this is something different, and I'm really, really grateful for that. But since I became the chairman of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, I have never accepted one speaking engagement. All the invitations to speak, I have not accepted. But this time, I feel I must come. I have 3 reasons I must come. First of all, it is, of course, the 62nd District Conference. This is a very big event, and I want to thank you for giving us, the Jockey Club, the honor to be associated with it. So thank you very much for that. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to pay respect to my late father-in-law, Mr. James Wu, who has been a dedicated Rotarian all his life, for decades. Many of you know him and remember him. Before his last days, he gave me his treasured Rotarian cufflinks, which I'm wearing today. In honor of Rotary. And I'm sure he would be very pleased that I'm here with you today. My third and more pressing immediate reason was that my good friend, oh my God, I better stand away then. My good friend and colleague at the Jockey Club, Mr. K.L. Cheng, a past president, told me that I must come. And we all listened to him, of course, so I'm here, therefore. The problem is, he also told me that I cannot speak about my normal themes of change, service, and all that. But he said, you can only talk about the Jockey Club. I thought that is actually quite a challenge, until, of course, I saw the, until I saw the theme, which is serve to change lives. And I thought how appropriate this is, because this really is something that your Jockey Club echoes strongly with. Our purpose is betterment of society. And that's what we're trying to do, which is exactly the same concept. And we really want to associate ourselves with the Rotary on this theme. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but I would say I personally really appreciate service about self. I've seen a lot of people who only know 2 of the 3 words. They are only service self. I don't want to be associated with these people. I don't want to be with them. Right? And I'm sure they're not Rotarians. So I really want to echo, and I want to be associated with the noble concept of Rotary. But looking at this theme, serve to change lives, one thing that dawned on me is that sometimes we've got to change ourselves to serve better and to change other lives better. In a way, you've got to keep ahead. It's like horse racing, isn't it? Unless you're the first one, keep being the first one, you lose. The winner is the first. So you have to be right there, up front, all the time. Sometimes you've got to change in order to excel. I'll come back to a little bit later. But I mean, if I may, particularly for the benefit of our friends in Singapore and Mongolia, I want to just give you a very quick summary of what actually the Jockey Club does. In very simple words, we have 3 business activities: horse racing, football wagering, and Mark 6. How does that divide in the Jockey Club? Well, this is going to appear in our annual report, I guess. Roughly, the turnover for football and racing is about 50-50. The Mark 6 is actually very small. As you can see, out of the total, 279, about $280 billion a year. $280 billion a year. That's a huge amount of money. Mark 6 is only about a bit over 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. From that amount of money, of course, we generate income and we pay tax. The tax we paid last year was about 24.4 billion Hong Kong dollars. In fact, you should add the last line, which is $500 million from Mark 6 to the 24.4, so it's $24.9 billion we give to the government. Right? And the remaining amount of money, 4.5 billion, we give to charity. Now, how does this work? And let me explain it by a simple slide. And I just want to dispel the myth that if you lose money, you're doing charity. That is incorrect. If you win money, you also do charity. And therefore, we want you to win. Okay, how does that work? Well, for every $100 you bet, $83 goes back as dividend. Of course, you've got to give dividend, otherwise nobody will bet. So $83 goes back as dividend. We take a cut of $17. Now, that's quite a big cut, of course. The reason being, out of the $17, we have to pay $13 tax. 13 over 17. That's a 76% tax rate. The most exorbitant and highest tax rate I have ever seen in the world. You can tell the Inland Department that. And obviously, Hong Kong Jockey Club is one of the biggest, the biggest taxpayer in Hong Kong. As I said, even before the Mark 6, we pay 24.4 billion Hong Kong dollars, which is about 7% of all Hong Kong's tax income. One taxpayer pays 7% of Hong Kong's tax income. What does that mean, 24.4 billion? I mean, what concept is that? Let me say that there are 8 universities in Hong Kong subvented by the government. What John mentioned, Hong Kong University, Baptist University, etc., 8 of them. They get government funding every year at 23.9 billion Hong Kong dollars, which is slightly less than what the Jockey Club gives to the government. So in that magnitude, no Jockey Club, no university. That's the magnitude. I'm not saying that's the case, right? Now, if you say, okay, if that's no Jockey Club, if we divide it by the 1.some million taxpayers in Hong Kong, what does that mean? Everybody will have to pay $12,000, nearly $13,000 more. And for that $13, the remaining $4, we run the club, and the surplus, we give everything to charity, because the club is a non-profit organization. That $4 is actually a lot of money, because the donation every year is about 4.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. 4.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. What does that mean? That means you pay every Hong Kong person $650. That means you can pay for one Rotarian 90 million months of subscription. You can actually get 130 cans of Coca-Cola per person in Hong Kong. Right? $4.5 billion is a lot of money, because if you rank it amongst the world's charities, we are probably number 2 amongst those charities which still have to do fundraising. Number 1 is a Dutch company selling lottery tickets in Europe. But they are Europe. We're only one city. Okay? You say, wait a minute. You've got to have all the other endowments and foundations included. Okay, if that's the case, the number 1 would be the Bill Gates Foundation. We would still be amongst the top 10. But most of them do not have to do fundraising anymore. They just earn from the endowment and the foundation. So for one city, I mean, Hong Kong actually is amongst the world's top 10. And of course, in the past 2 years, apart from the regular donations, we have been donating a lot, now over 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars to help Hong Kong to counter this COVID-19 challenge. So this year, actually, we'll be paying much more than the $4.5 billion. And in fact, for the last 2 years, we have also dug into our reserve to make sure that Hong Kong's needs are really catered to. But a lot of people may not know that actually over the years, a lot of things actually have been paid for by the Jockey Club. you probably will know, but some of you may not. Victoria Park was actually paid for by the Jockey Club some time ago. Hong Kong Park, Kowloon Park, some of these major parks in Hong Kong. Of course, we don't fund parks today because that's a government job, but at that time, really, it is something the Hong Kong people really need, and Jockey Club rise to the occasion. And in 1977, Ocean Park. Now, I must recount the story that Ocean Park, 1977. 1987, Jockey Club paid a big endowment and left. Nothing to do with it anymore. 1997, Ocean Park is in big trouble. And year 2000, I was put in as chairman to turn around Ocean Park, which took 2 years, but actually we successfully turned it around. And as you can see, we even have to call the ghost to help. You have to count on supernatural powers to do this kind of job. But Halloween was introduced during that time, and it's been very successful since. We are also into playgrounds. I want to raise this because this is an example of how we want to change lives, because playgrounds in Hong Kong can be quite monotonous. And we thought you should be more considerate and more fun for the children, considerate for the older people. You may be bringing a grandkid to the playground. You have to find a sitting bench. So all these designs, we actually work with NGOs to improve on playgrounds, thinking that if we can do a few good ones as role models, then other playgrounds will follow suit. The government will also adopt this. But there are quite a few now in Hong Kong. Elderly homes, and I want to highlight the Dementia Center in Sha Tin, cooperation with Chinese youth. In Hong Kong, people over 70, I think, 10% of the people over 70 have got dementia. And that is something that we have to really confront because of the aging population. And that's something, again, we want to put in money to call for attention and start the movement for people to really see this problem, face this problem scary. Public riding schools, very few opportunities for Hong Kong people to ride horses. And so we have been doing that for a number of years. And of course, we also go back in education. Hong Kong University of Science and Technology was actually paid for by the Jockey Club as a turnkey project. Academy of Performing Arts, there are a lot of university hostels and buildings. If you want more Hong Kong people, Hong Kong youngsters, to have qualification, university degrees, then more university at that time was absolutely necessary. And a lot of schools. And of course, we're big into sports because racing, riding is a sport. And the Jockey Club Khao Sai Chow public golf course, one of the few, the first, only public course in Hong Kong. I mean, Hong Kong people have to be introduced to this golf. They want to play, so why don't we build one for them? Jockey Club also paid for the Jubilee Sports Centre some time back, which is now the Hong Kong Sports Institute. And of course, the sports grounds, swimming pools, and we fund, of course, the equestrian team. On the medical and health front, the Jockey Club clinics, I think everybody knew. But now the public hospitals are so good and so popular, I think there's no need for us to fund these anymore. So we go to other places to see whether there are needs that we can satisfy or move the needle. The Chinese University Hospital, the new one in Sha Tin, is actually part funded by the Jockey Club. Now they have new concepts. They are saying we combine the best of both worlds of the private and the public sector. And they have packaged medical treatment for people. You don't have to worry about your hospital bill because it's a package. Right? And we like that concept, and we went into it in a big way, and happy to see this functioning quite well. And of course, recently we funded over $550 million to the Haven of Hope Hospital. Now, that is another area where we think it's very important to move the needle. Because in Hong Kong, the palliative care and the end-stage patients has left a lot of room to be desired. We think if we can call the society's attention to palliative care and patients who are at the end stage of their lives, it is very important for Hong Kong to spend more resources and more attention on this. So we are trying to do that kind of thing. And I'm sure a lot of people do not know that after SARS in 2003, we said it is very important for Hong Kong to have a Center for Health Protection. So Jockey Club paid the money, established the Center of Protection, which you are seeing on TV every night today during the pandemic. You can see the impact that we're trying to create for this kind of thing. And of course, arts and culture. We sponsor a lot of these things for Hong Kong and the intangible heritage. That's, I'm afraid, not a very good picture because all of these activities have been cancelled during last year. And of course, Dai Guan, I hope you have been there, had a meal there. Dai Guan was actually the 10th anniversary of the SAR event, and we were talking what can we do for Hong Kong. Eventually, the board agreed to give Hong Kong people a gift of the 10th anniversary of the SAR. And we said nobody would do this kind of project. Only the Jockey Club will have the resources. And we undertook this project, took 11 years to finish. So the 10th anniversary idea became the 20th anniversary opening. And Dai Guan actually has been doing quite well in terms of visitor numbers, in terms of recognition, in terms of awards. Still has some way to go in terms of revenue. But I hope you'll go there and patronize it a bit more. And then, of course, for the next anniversary, which is the 25th anniversary, there will be a major opening of a Hong Kong icon, which is the Palace Museum, which you see on the harbour. And the Jockey Club paid 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars for the entire building cost of this museum, which I think is a very important icon for Hong Kong. Sydney has got its Opera House. We have got a Palace Museum. But it's not just hardware. We do a lot of software programs. So, for example, I'm just taking out a few examples. End of life, we think there should be a lot of software as well, not just hardware. And for children, for Cool-Thing, for all these other, Cool-Thing is actually a computational coding project for children. They are actually very popular and getting a lot of good recognition. And of course, we push our staff, we encourage them to do as much volunteer work as possible, because this is really getting the staff involved is a very important thing. So you see, I hope I gave you the impression that actually we are spending money where it's most effective in moving the needle, trying to change, reshape the emphasis of society. And in the industry talk, it's called transformative. Right? That's what we're trying to do all the time. Question, of course, is we have been doing that for 100 years. What are we going to do next? And how do you going to be in the next decade or so? Well, I'll take a page from Rotary, which is we grow more to do more. We've got to enhance ourselves and make sure that whole operation and our business model is sustainable. The money we get, it still can afford more tax and more charity donations. So we've invested heavily in our operations, race courses, and Chung Fa race course up in Guangdong. It is actually a very major race course. It's double the size of Sha Tin. And the quality of the races has improved. Revenue have been going up. I can't tell you how much next year yet, but I'm sure it'll be a very good year because by September we'll be publishing that figure. The donations, therefore, will definitely go up. And we invested heavily on IT because the future is IT. 90% of the wagering is now through online and mobile devices. The real cash transaction is actually getting less and less. We also allowed the operation to carry on during the pandemic, and then we actually facilitated people by things like the FPS. By the way, FPS, over 1/3 of the transaction of FPS is Hong Kong Jockey Club. Unfortunately for me, it's only one way. I lose money and always go one way. And then we also increase our products. We offer new pools, new offers, and you can see that actually in the the racing revenue, about 17% of that is actually from overseas, not from the Hong Kong public, but from overseas, 17%. And I am sure that figure will continue to grow even though the pie itself will be even bigger. And we saw the potential in the Greater Bay Area. Last year, on May the 14th, that was that picture, we actually had a landmark agreement with the Guangzhou government that racing in Chongfa will start in 2025 as a major milestone for the club. Now, that actually gives us a major, major opportunity because it's not just horse racing. Horse racing is one element of a big ecosystem. The value chain is actually production, which is the breeding of horses, the training of horses, the selling and trading of horses, the financing and the insurance of horses, for example, and then racing. So it's a big ecosystem, which you will never be able to do in Hong Kong. But with the mainland available, you will actually have a lot of openings and opportunities. And we just want to see the vision there. Whatever we can achieve will be bigger than what we can achieve only in Hong Kong. And if you look back 10 years, the revenue has grown by a lot, and the tax contribution, as reflected here, has grown by a lot. And our donations in 10 years' time have grown by nearly 3 times. And that's quite a marked increase in just 10 years. And we have actually reviewed last year our charity strategy, and these are the 4 pillars that we think we should be working on going forward. These are the key social requirements that we need, and these are the things we do. By the way, I must say that we also have our 4-way test in a way, because we say whatever we do, is it beneficial, is it fair, is it good for everybody? That's actually necessary. But we also ask things like, are we funding and not running? Because we're not really running things, we're actually funding. Is it something that the government should do and not what we should be doing in place of government? Are we adding flowers to tapestry instead of giving it to more needy groups of people? So all these questions actually are guiding principles for us to evaluate. So it just rings the bell when I see the 4-way test. And I must also say that now, of course, one of the focus is to fight COVID. And we have, as I said, put in more than 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars to fight COVID. We have, for example, set up an emergency fund. We have a food assistance program, which is very popular. We have given the old folks digital devices. We have helped the youngsters to have SIM and broadband to study at home, and many, many more. I can't really give you a whole list of that, but about 3 million people in Hong Kong have benefited from this 1.8 billion fund. And I want to say, with all that, people will say, well, Jockey Club does a lot in paying tax, in doing charity, of course, in employing people. We have about 22,000 employees. But to me, one of the key benefits of the Jockey Club, of racing in Hong Kong, is social stability. The fact that you have something to look forward to, the fact that you can actually make some money every Wednesday and Sunday, the fact that you can curse some of the horses and the jockeys and owners, actually will divert your stress, relieve your unhappiness, and will make the society much more stable. And I think that element cannot be understated. Right, so from here on, for the next 30 minutes, I'm going to sing praises of District Governor Keith. But since KL told me that I only got time between one race and the other, which is less than 30 minutes, I really should be stopping here. So on that, can I thank you again and wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Please take a seat first. Once again, please give Mr. Chen a big round of applause for his exciting speech for us.
We would now like to invite Past District Governor Y.K. Jiang to give a vote of thanks to our guest of honor. Past District Governor, please.
Philip, District Governor, Conference Chairman, Rotary International President's personal representative, fellow Rotarians, Rotaractors, Interactors, ladies and gentlemen. I've just received a message which reads as follows. In the interest of time, YK, there were two speakers before you, John Wan and Philip Chan. Please thank only Philip Chan. We will leave John till the closing session. We've just heard a wonderful presentation on the Hong Kong Jockey Club by the Chairman of Stewards, Dr. Philip Chan. I've been a member of the Jockey Club for 40 years. And I do a bit of football betting. That's a bit of a personal secret. But this is the first time that I know that the football betting contribution results in almost half of the kitty. So I'm very happy. Through numbers and statistics, Philip's talk about the role of the Jockey Club in Hong Kong and internationally. What does the club do? And its outstanding contribution towards the betterment of Hong Kong in so many ways in the last 130, 40 years. Philip's delivery was inspirational and concise, and I know that we've all enjoyed it immensely. There are mutual resemblance in the work, in the community service work, the Jockey Club and our district do. We both serve to change lives. You've got 4 areas of focus, we've got 7. Much of those are very in common. We are equally keen in growing into the Greater Bay Area. You will have your success in 2025. We are still struggling. So we hope to congratulate you in 2025. And if not patented, I'm sure our district leaders would dearly like to use "We grow more to do more" for our membership recruitment slogan. I hope synergy will present itself for our district and the Jockey Club to work closely together. I have noticed that the word change appear quite a number of times in the PowerPoints. Indeed, we live in a fast-changing world. There are times that we must run in order to catch up. That reminds me of the Red Queen who told Alice in Through the Looking Glass, Lewis Carroll, you have to run just to stay in the same place. We may not be able to change the direction of the wind, but we can certainly adjust our sails, S-A-I-L-S. Charles Darwin, known for his evolutionary theory, reminded us that it is not the strongest of species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones who are most responsive to change. As an institution, the Jockey Club is set precariously between the past and the future. Future success will depend on dynamic leadership who will steer things forward and balance agility, seizing opportunities, with absorption, surviving threats. We all need to be attuned to tectonic shifts around us and in the economies around us, so that whatever happens, we will stay on the upside of turbulence. So I wish Philip well and very best as you continue your work with the Jockey Club. Fellow Rotarians, we are deeply honored today that Dr. Philip Chan is able to be with us. please join me in thanking Philip in the usual Rotary way.
Thank you, Past District Governor YK. Please remain on stage. May I now invite Mr. Philip Chan to come on stage again, accompanied by District Governor Keith and District Conference Chair Elizabeth to come on stage to present a souvenir to Mr. Chan. Thank you. Please return to your seats. Would District Governor Keith please remain on stage to present your district report?
Our guest of honor, Philip, all Rotary dignitaries, fellow Rotarians, Rotaractors, interactors, all guests. I would like to share my district report here. Okay, let's start. It is my pleasure to see you all here today after 4 months of social distancing restriction. We could finally gather together to have the physical meeting. My warm greetings to Rotarians in Macau and Mongolia. I'm looking forward to meeting with you all in person very, very soon as well. Here are my highlights of the Rotary year till the present date. All the results and efforts are the hard-working Rotarians in the district that can bring these projects, seminars, and trainings into reality. The first training of the Rotary year is DDTS. Thank you, my chair lady, PP Natalie Kwok. In addition, thanks to PP Scarlett Cho for coordinating with the Hansen University of Hong Kong throughout the DDTS and PAST. On July 10th last year, this is the beginning of the Rotary year with the district installation. May I extend my sincere thanks to District Installation Chair DS Alexander Zhang and his team. It was my pleasure to have our guest of honor, Mr. Bernard Chen, the Executive Council convener, to witness this important event. With all the major district trainings and events to begin the year, we held regular meetings to keep every one of the district team on the same page. We held the DMC, JPM, and JSM. The first DMC was held on the July 6th, thanks to DS Alex and his team, DDS Candy, DDS Garen, and DDS Ella. This is our first JPM last year. We could control the content and rundown of the reports smoothly and precisely. We were able to have necessary material gathered beforehand, so the meeting could be well prepared. Thanks again for the team to work monthly for this meeting for DMC. To avoid lengthy meetings, we have separated the JPM by having Hong Kong and Macau group and Mongolia groups. This improved the communication information more efficiently. So grateful again to the officers involved, the President Convener team, and our Mongolia Affairs in charge, DGN Andy Lee, for organizing everything for me. This goes the same with my big thanks to DS Esther and DDS Alphanam for hosting JSM quarterly for the club secretaries. Now, I'm going to talk about various focuses that our different committees were able to achieve so far this year. On the membership side, Rotary year of 2021 to 22 is a year of growth, with the goal of each one bring one. Initiative of our President Sheikh Mehta, we have reached an impressive goal of 240 new members, from 2,555 to 2,795. Even though the past 10 months were such difficult times for us all, 1 Rotary Cup in Mongolia and 7 Satellite Cup in Hong Kong were chartered. Chartering Satellite Cup is an important stage to include more people from the community. This Rotary year, 7 of the clubs were formed, with 64 new members being added to our Rotary family, or this club. Thanks to all mother clubs for establishing these clubs and members. I hope that our Macau and Mongolia region can consider this new club format, even cost-based club. And of course, we have held the district membership seminar in July. In chartering new clubs, we have CP Academy in Hong Kong and Mongolia to provide guidance to charter president and Satellite Cup chairman to be. Thanks to CP Jamie Lau for his hard work, and I am looking forward to witnessing more clubs being chartered in future. Every Rotarian should take the mission, expand their club, and retain as much as possible. Rotary year 2021 to 22 is a year of grant donations. From our members, we organized foundation seminar and grant management seminar, which over 180 members attend. Let's have a great look at our remarkable report. We have reached over $1 million. The year started off with 250,000 scholarship endowment from Rotary Club of Hong Kong Harbour. President Samuel Poon from Rotary Club of Hong Kong Harbour has become a Circle of the Honor member. And PP Aris Leung from Rotary Club of Peninsula South has also set up a peace endowment of $25,000. We have 10 level 2 major donors and 16 level 1 major donors, 7 new Paul Harris Society members, 149 new multiple Paul Harris Fellow, and 136 new Paul Harris Fellow, and 13 new benefactor. And we have 87 EREY clubs. That means 80% of our club in our district achieved this award. I would like to draw all my Rotarians, give a big round of applause for my Rotary Foundation Chair, PPA Leung. She did a really, really great job for our foundation. And our PP Cassie Chen for the EREY chair. Thank you. As of May, the top 5 contribution clubs are Rotary Club of Tsuen Wan, the 2nd Rotary Club of Hong Kong Harbour, 3rd Rotary Club of Hong Kong, 4th Rotary Club of Star Avenue, and 5th Rotary Club of Macau. Thanks for your support and generosity. Thanks all the members for being so generous to support the Rotary Foundation. Our goal is do good globally. Up till May this year, our district and clubs have participated in 25 global grants as sponsor and by way of contribution in cash or DDF. Among the projects, 7 clubs are host sponsors and 7 clubs are host international projects. You may see the top one is one of the ECHO projects, from Rotary Club and Kangrit in Mongolia. And this one is one of the Clearboard, from Rotary Club of Hong Kong. Total budgets of these global grant projects is around $1.8 million, which is truly a remarkable achievement. We also do good locally in this Rotary year. We have allocated $180,000 as district grants to fund service projects launched by our clubs. The main focus was on disease prevention and treatment, community economic development, and environmental issues. End polio is certainly one of the key missions of Rotary Worldwide. We conduct the End Polio Walk cum Carnival at the Science Park in Hong Kong, Macau Tower in Macau, and Bosch Mountain in Mongolia last November. Thank you, our End Polio Chair, PP Frederick Fong. You did a very great job. Thank you. For the End Polio funds, we also sell 25 Rotary watch. Thanks P.E. Williams, his support. Ending up our total contribution for End Polio is $120,000 being raised. I believe by the end of this Rotary year, we will top up some surplus, from our DDF. With travel restriction in place, our committee members come up with an innovative idea to show our ability. That is, during the opening ceremony, it was simulcast by a virtual relay within the 3 regions, including Hong Kong, Macau, and Mongolia to kick off the event. This is another milestone for us. You see the top lower corner. I'm so grateful and honored to have witnessed so many of us rally together even in such hard time and be a part of this meaningful event. A lot of happy faces. Thank you so much, our End Polio committee, with your creative ideas, especially just say PP Patrick, DS Michelle, DAG Susan Chan, PP Ed, and all committee members. Intercity meeting was held on December 7th last year. This occasion to express our thanks and gratitude to those who contribute to the Rotary Foundation. Special thanks to all AKS members contributing to the foundation in fundamental. And at the same time, we utilize the grant and funding in the best project our clubs could initiate. Thank you, our Intercity meeting chair, PP Thomas Young. Thank you. In addition to the grant mentioned, I have to mention the District Disaster Relief Fund. We are care deeply for the community. The COVID-19 pandemic has hit the lower income sector severely. We are proud that our District Disaster Relief Fund responded by targeting those who are facing financial difficulties and hardship. In our 9 areas of clubs, took immediate action. You may see 9 areas of them, they complete 11 projects. And our district contributed $36,000 from our district grant and matching over 1.2 million Hong Kong dollar for these projects. I would like to give a special thanks for DS Louis Ma and PP Cynthia Chen for helping all the clubs, and of course, all assistant governors and presidents and members for such successful relief in such a short period of time. All these projects completed in 3 weeks. simply remarkable. Thank you, all of you. Also, we donate over 46,000 rapid antigen test kits to 9 schools for the underprivileged students and their family in last 2 weeks. Thank you, BP Derek Wong, for holding this project for us. Thank you. We were able to air public image. We were able to air the first ever radio program called Serve to Change Lives, reaching out an audience 400,000 in Hong Kong, Macau, and Southern China for over 3 months with 11 episodes. We use a storytelling approach with our host and guest speaker, sharing how we use our expertise and network to work with NGO and other organizations on service projects to bring change to those in need in the community. There were many touching moments that were being shared. This gives us the voice to the public to promote Rotary in the community. This is another pioneer media campaign for District 3450. We replace full-page editorial of each area's projects each month and publish this with a long-established Chinese newspaper, Mingbo. Leaders like the assistant governors and president of a particular areas are interviewed of their remarkable projects, their vision, and their member commitment to the community. Our Macau and Mongolia areas are also included within this publication to their local community. We hope the community will better understand how Rotary serves to change lives, as well as how it changed our own. Thanks to IPDG Eric and all our PI team members. Thank you, Eric. We are all aware of the lack of blood donation during the COVID periods, as the government had to appeal to the community for more donors. Our district blood donations committee, co-chair ladies PP Bonnie Wong and CP Amy Young, worked hard to encourage more Rotarians to give blood. We cannot go into a big group, so we urge members who take their own initiative to give blood whenever they have the time. And this year, this blood donation project, so we also extended to Mongolia and Macau as well. For the CPR and the AED campaign, around 500 people, including interactors, Rotaractors and Rotarians and their families, took the life-saving course. We are all aware how crucial it is to the survival rate. In CPR and AED can be conducted immediately when they are in cardiac arrest. This definitely saves lives, and we have conducted this program for years. And thousands of people have been trained. I extend my thanks to President Paul Lau and PP John Wong for their hard work. And also, this program we extended to Macau and Mongolia. Thank you, the Mongolian Chair, AG Baloma, and the CP Ken Lau. This year, we also promote organ donation. Because the registration in Hong Kong is relatively low, our committee worked with the government and promote this important cause. So far, I am aware that more than 200 members have newly registered as donor. We will target more in the next year when physical meetings are assumed. Hopefully, we could reach the target of 1,000 by reaching out to members, their family members and friends. Again, I need to thank PP Dr. Calvin Ho and PP Grace Young and their club president, as well as many clubs, especially Area 5, who are sponsors for these projects. Thank you. Our district cares for the older generation. We visit elderly home to spend time with the dementia elderly and record their happy times. Unfortunately, because elderly homes are restricted from outside visitor, we could only serve around 200 elderly this year. We will definitely resume this visit to these people when the situation allowed. Due to the COVID pandemic, many elderlies are vulnerable to infection from this disease. Our members who are medical practitioners were able to help the elderly to get their jabs, as well as explaining to them the benefits of vaccination. We held campaign targeting people in the older community. Over 3,000 doses were given. Thanks for Rotary Club of Peninsula South and Rotary Club of Kaidak for their efforts. Thank you, CP Rainbow, PP Ares Leung, and IPP Francois Fong. Thank you. Rotary year 2021 to 22 is a year of nurture. Our Youth Service Committee focuses on identifying our future leaders. 3 Rotary clubs, 5 Interact clubs, and 6 junior clubs were established. For Rotary clubs, the pandemic has definitely affected our goal. Our committee, therefore, has focused on consolidation. Our district Rotary chair, DRC PP Henry Wong, worked closely with those dedicated Rotaractors, giving them his full support. Thank you, DRR Luffy, for initiating many opportunities for Rotaractors, especially youth-based Rotaractors, to get involved in district events and district duties. You know that all their district team, the average age is around 23 years old. Hopefully, with such efforts, we can plant the seed and change their lives to become outstanding district leader one day. This year, because of the pandemic, school mainly have virtual lesson. Therefore, we could not hold any events for the school. Still, we maintain good relationship with the school principal and teachers to ensure that when normal gathering could resume, we can conduct events with the interactor and their school once more. Thank you, our Interact Chair, PP Andrew Wong. When we talk about junior rec, we have to thank IPDG Eric, who initiated this program. These are the students from primary school. PP Wing Leung is the chairperson, and we wish to give the young children the chance to see and hear all about the service mission of Rotary and the role of Rotary in the local and global community, planting the seeds of humanity and caring at their early stage of life. The Vocational Service Committee has done an excellent job partnering with private entity. These partners including Cyberport, who will introduce co-create smart park projects. The final presentation will be hosted next Sunday at Cyberport. We hope to use our resources to guide the youngest generation about their future career and vocation as well, like mentoring and giving them tips about interview, etc. Intern jobs were created for our road directors, and over 100 jobs were posted in our Rotary job market. There was a forum of Greater Bay Area to introduce to the young people the potential in this extensive market and job opportunities available. Our committee chair, PP Raymond Fan, and the team worked tirelessly, even it is so hard to conduct physically event. Thank you Raymond, PP Sally Leung, and DS Michelle, and DDS Josephine. Last, we set up a speaker pool program this year. We gathered a group of experienced Rotarians to be speaker to the clubs on all aspects of Rotary, such as Rotary ethics, protocol, history, youth projects, youth protection program, and their Rotary moment sharing. All clubs are encouraged to invite 3 speakers from the list to their speakers for their regular meeting. This is the best channel for experienced Rotarians, including our PDGs, to share their knowledge in Rotary, while at the same time connecting different generations of Rotarians. Thank you, PP Vincent and PP Eddie Leung and CP Sally Ho, Phúc Lục Sầu, for helping us for this project. And for all these speakers, thank you all of you. As we mentioned before, with COVID affecting our goals and projects, but we are able to overcome. PDG Jones Wong worked very hard in last 10 months. We have a total 12 new LCC founded, including 8 from Hong Kong, 2 from Mongolia, and 2 from Macau. See, so proud of you, PDG Jones Wong. Thank you. And also thank you, PDG Kenneth Wong, drew this idea from RI when his governor's year. Thank you. So far, our district right now have 44 LCC. Keep going next year. Last but not least, I would like to invite all of you to give a big round of applause to our Sergeant-at-Arms team. This picture we took when the last district installation went July. And thank you all of you. Thank you, PP Alice Soon and your team. And hope that today we have a grateful conference, especially tomorrow, and need your help, okay, to how to scale up to my members, okay, to the breakout section. Thank you.
Thank you, District Governors. Please take a seat. Coming up, we're pleased that Rotary International President Shahar Mehta has recorded a video for us. Let's show that on the screen.
Hello friends, I'm so pleased that you are attending this Rotary conference. As you meet in person or online in the days ahead, you will have the opportunity to celebrate our successes, expand your network across borders and cultures, and share your ideas for the year ahead. Please enjoy the event and participate to the fullest, because then you will best be able to really make a difference. As Rotarians, our commitment to service is what drives us, and we want to be a part of something larger than ourselves. This conference is where we take our passion for community service to the next level, finding inspiration in each other's accomplishments to bring our service to greater heights. This year, let us serve to change lives. Service is the rent we pay for the space on earth, and we will expand Rotary service as we grow more and do more. We will grow through each one bring one. If every Rotary member could bring just one member, one person to Rotary, there is no limit to how much we can grow. We will ensure diversity in our membership as we invite members into our clubs. Our clubs should be a reflection of our community and should be as diverse as our communities itself. Let us give special attention to attracting female members and younger members. Even as we bring these members into our fold, let us engage them, for we do not want them to leave our wonderful organization. Engagement and involvement will keep them in our organization. We will also grow by forming new and flexible clubs, virtual clubs, hybrid clubs, passport clubs, cause-based clubs. The options are so many. We will do more by doing bigger, better and bolder projects. Projects that are sustainable and have long-lasting impact and are of such scale that they play a role in building the community and at times even the nation. Let us focus on the 7 areas of focus, and even as we do so, let there be a special emphasis on empowering girls. Friends, even today around the world, there is discrimination and disadvantage for the girls. Girls are 50% of our world. They deserve equal rights and equal opportunities. One of Rotary's core values is diversity, and we place a strong emphasis on DEI. We not only need to create awareness for empowering girls, but we also need to do meaningful projects to empower them so young women can have improved opportunities worldwide. We will also feature Rotary Days of Service. I expect thousands of clubs around the world to participate in the Rotary Days of Service and showcase the good work that Rotarians do across the world to the people in their community. Let us do so around the globe and look for new ways to serve and spread the good word of our work. I compliment the district governor and the organizing team for this event for putting up this very important annual meet of Rotarians together. I hope that you will take the knowledge gained at this conference back to your clubs to help them succeed throughout the coming year. Together, we will achieve great things as we serve to change lives.
Thank you, Rotary International President Chaka. May I now invite District Rotaract Representative Luffy Chan to introduce our Rotary International President's personal representative, Rotary International Director nominee Kim Bok Chiu. District Rotaract Representative Luffy, please.
District Governor Keith, past district governors, future governors, Rotarians, and Rotarators. I'm District Rotary Representative Lucy Chan from Rotary Club of Hong Kong and the East. Thank you, DG Keith. Thanks for the invitation. It is a great opportunity, and also a great. It is a great pleasure for me, but not only for me, but also for the whole Rotaract, to introduce our honorable guest of today, Rotary International President, Personal Representative, Director nominee Kim Bok Chiu today. So he is graduate in 1981 with an honor degrees in computer science from the University of Liverpool, UK. He is a serial entrepreneur with nearly 14 years of comprehensive and diverse business experience, ranging from IT to fund management and food processing. He is an active local volunteer. He has served nearly 13 years as a grassroots leader. He is currently the chairman of the Bucky Comeback Citizens Committee and the chairman of the Cho Chi Tong Town Council Financial Committee. In 2015, he was appointed as the Justice of the Peace of the President of the Republic of Singapore. In 2021, he was appointed the Honorable Consul for the Republic of the Slovakia in Singapore. Sorry. He has been a Rotarian since 1996 and a member of Rotary of Bukit Junction. He has served as Club President and District Governor for District 3310, covering Malaysia, Brunei, and Singapore. Currently, he is the Rotary Coordinator for Zone 10C, covering Brunei, Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. For his contribution to Rotary and the World Committee, he was President of Rotary Highest Award, the Service About Self Award in 2017. In 2017, he led a team to win the right for Singapore to host the Rotary International Convention in 2024, where more than 30,000 overseas delegates are expected to attend. In 2021, he was declared by the Rotary International President to be the director nominee from Zone 10C to serve on the 1st of July on 2023. Due to the pandemic and the travel restrictions, he cannot come join us physically today, but he is joining us online in Zoom. Please give your warmest round of applause and welcome to Rotary International President, Personal Representative, Director Nominee, Kim Pok Chu. Thank you.
Thank you, District Rotary Representative Luffy, for your kind introduction. District Governor Keith Chow, guest of honor, I don't know whether I'm still there in the hall, the Chairman of Hong Kong Jockey Club, Mr. Philip Chen, GBS, JP, District Conference Chair Lady, District Secretary, Past President Elizabeth Fong, Rotary dignitaries, my fellow Rotary members, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Singapore. Good afternoon. It is an absolute honor for Phyllis and me to represent President Shekhar Mehta and his partner Rashid at your 62nd District Conference. I bring greetings from them. In fact, I was with them touring Southeast Asia earlier this month. So earlier this year, over the years, I've come to know many Rotarians in your district. Therefore, you are no stranger to me. Unfortunately, I'm no Chris Patton, nor Dr. Philip Chen. So I have to speak from script. The Rotary International President wants me to bring you the following messages. First, Rotary's strategic plan. The world today is not the same as it was when Rotary began in 1905. Demographics have shifted, the pace of change has accelerated, and technology has created new opportunities for connections and service. What has not changed is the need for the values that define Rotary: fellowship, integrity, diversity, service, and leadership. With our action plan, we will honor our past and embrace our future by increasing our impact, expanding our reach, enhancing participants' engagement, and increasing our ability to adapt. These are the 4 priorities of the Rotary Action Plan. We can evolve and keep Rotary not only relevant, but thriving. Rotary Action Plans were shaped by the input of Rotary members and other participants, and it lays the foundation for new and exciting opportunity for our organization. This plan is intended to guide activity at a corporate level, but as club and district are the core of Rotary, you are strongly encouraged to develop your own plan and align them with the Rotary plan. Help your members see for themselves how they can be part of this effort to build a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change. Rotary's global membership is comprised of 1.4 million peoples of action. This includes 1.2 million Rotarians in 37,000 clubs or Rotary clubs, and more than 200,000 Rotaractors in more than 11,000 Rotary clubs. Growing Rotary membership is Rotary International's highest internal organization priority and a key element of Rotary Action Plan. We must work to grow Rotary by acting on the 4 priorities with a visionary goal of reaching and sustaining a global Rotary Club membership of 1.3 million, a goal set by the Rotary International President Shekhar Mehta. The call to action is each one, bring one. Each of us were given an opportunity when we were proposed for membership in Rotary. We have an opportunity to extend that same gift to other qualified individuals who can benefit from Rotary and help Rotary increase its impact. If each of us extends that gift of membership to just one person, we will be able to grow more and do more. Do more as in bigger and impactful service projects, and grow more as in increasing our membership. Clubs must actively work to take care of their members and other participants, connecting everyone with the elements of Rotary that are most important to them and provide the greatest engagement and values. Clubs and districts are encouraged to continue to offer virtual engagement options to help accommodate busy schedules and personal preference while also reaching new audiences. This is something you have been doing since the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, convening virtual meetings and events like the one today. Growing Rotary also requires Rotary to expand our reach with new club models that attract more diverse participants who are either unable or unwilling to engage with our existing clubs. Let us also be ready to form new clubs, especially the flexible ones. Having virtual or hybrid meetings can be attractive to many busy people. Forming satellite club and course-based club can also be very effective in growing Rotary. I'm happy to note that District 3450 has done an excellent job in growing your membership through flexible clubs format. District 3450 now has 10 satellite clubs, of which 7 will form this year. Well done, resulting in recruiting 64 new members into your family. After bringing them into your clubs, we must not overlook the importance of delivering an engaging experience to them. In a typical Rotary year, we welcome some 150 new members into our clubs. Unfortunately, a similar number of existing members leave Rotary each year, and with about 10% new members terminating their membership within the first year. That was the main reason why Rotary membership stagnated at 1.2 million for the last 20 years. And in fact, it dipped below 1.2 during the last few years. Surveys show that more critical period is the first 2 years of their membership. It is during this period that most members left our organization. For District 3450, out of the 367 who left you, 67% of them have less than 2 years of membership. 85 left in the first year, and another 162 left between 1 to 2 years of membership. So retaining our existing member remains both a challenge and an opportunity. Overall, District 3450 has done well in retaining both new and existing members. Your new members retention rate is 98%, while retaining existing members is 95%. Even as we share the gift of Rotary with others, let us be sure to engage these new members, because an engaged Rotarian is an asset forever. And remember that engaging our current members and keeping them in our club is just as important as bringing in newcomers. We are a membership organization, and members are our greatest asset. As we make membership a priority this year, let us focus on diversity by reaching out to younger people, and especially to women. Every club should celebrate its new members, and every Rotarian who sponsors a new member will be personally recognized by the RI president. And those who are successful in bringing in 25 or more members will be part of the new membership society, just like the AKS society. As far as expanding the reach is concerned, District 3450 has done some great work. During the current year, District 3450 has been busy forming Rotary Community Corps, RCC. A total of 12 of them were formed, including 2 in Macau, 2 in Mongolia, and 8 in Hong Kong. I think the governor reported that there are a total of 44 RCC now. Well done. Each RCC is well thought of, and each has its own focus and objective. In Shatin district, they focus on elderly and minorities, while others focus on environment and other community needs. What is interesting is your ability to gather non-Rotarians to partner you to serve the community. Congratulations, especially to past District Governor Jones Wong, who championed this concept. Next, empowering girls. You just heard from RI presidents on this. As you grow more, you'll be able to do more. Rotary International President wants us to keep empowering girls through our work in each of the areas of focus. Equality is a fundamental human right, and it is necessary for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Still, girls and women worldwide face inequities in areas including health and education, and experience significant violence and disproportionate poverty. Scholarship for girls, policy school, health, and hygiene education, there's so much we can do. I've always thought there's nothing much we could do in this area. I was dead wrong. My personal perception changed after my own club teamed up with our sister club in Taiwan to help the Aborigines and the new immigrants, especially the foreign wives who speak little Mandarin. One project was carried out, it's a global grant project, was carried out to translate the policies and the schemes and produce booklets to help these foreign wives. While another project was carried out to buy and commission a mammogram bus for a remote village to serve the women who do not have access to maternity care. Think deeper and wider, and you will be able to find many opportunities in this area. You may want to prioritize projects that improve the health, well-being, education, and economic security of girls in your communities and around the world. Empowering girls aligns with Rotary areas of focus and the goals of our action plan. We can increase the impact to projects that protect, empower, and create equity for girls. I read through your program. I think tomorrow there will be a presentation by World Snooker Champion Miss Ng On Yi on this topic. I look forward to listening to that. Next, Rotary Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. As Rotary International President, diversity is one of the core values. Although free expression is important, what we say and how we behave matter. We should not have tolerance for racism, bias, prejudice, discriminations, or hatred because of skin color, ethnicity, religions, abilities, gender, or sexuality. A top priority for Rotary is growing and diversifying our membership, making sure we reflect the community we serve. We are creating an organization that is more open and inclusive, fair to all, build goodwill, and benefit our community. We want people with different perspectives and ideas who will help Rotary to take action to create lasting change in communities and around the world. Personally, I believe Rotary is diverse enough. What we really need is inclusion and making sure people from underrepresented groups have greater opportunity to participate as members and leaders. To welcome more diverse voices, Rotary International Board of Directors has reviewed and updated the qualifications of some key leadership roles, including the International Assembly moderator and regional leaders. For the first time, Rotary directors have been appointed to serve as the Rotary Public Image Coordinator in 2022-23. Rotary International has removed the requirement of a past district governor to serve in such position. They are now looking for candidates with the correct skill sets and necessary experience. Rotary directors can now be nominated for Rotary International Awards, such as the Service Above Self Award. In fact, this year, a Rotary director from Chile became the first Rotary directors to receive such an award. While Rotary continues to seek opportunities to make leadership roles more accessible, districts and clubs must also do their part. In 2019, the Rotary International Board set a goal for the number of women in Rotary and in Rotary leadership positions to be 30% by June 2023. In fact, the current board of directors has 9 women directors out of 17. So that is more than parity. One of Rotary founding principles was to use our vocation. So whether as a doctor, a lawyer, engineer, or another profession, to do good in the world. As we attempt to overcome and recover from the pandemic, this principle is vital in retraining people who have lost their jobs. In response, the work of Rotary E-Club of Tama, Hong Kong caught the attention of Rotary International President. Rotary E-Club of Tama organized seminars for young people with the aim of preparing them for the changing world of work. Your other initiative, like the speaker's pool, is another initiative worth mentioning. This is clearly an example of using your vocation to serve. So this initiative adds value to members, especially younger members, by having opportunities in career talk, job shadowing, vocational visit, internship, mock interview, and job vacancy. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected every aspect of our life. Some are more affected than the rest. I understand that the pandemic has hit the low-income sectors of Hong Kong's population quite severely. And I'm happy to note that your district disaster relief fund, as reported by District Governor Keith Chow, responded swiftly by targeting those who are facing financial difficulties and hardship. Your partnership with other service partners such as the Neighborhood Advice Action Council, Go Ultimate United, SOCO, and other non-governmental organizations in this response is commendable and is in fact a great form of engagement. In total, the 9 areas raised and spent over 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars to help these vulnerable. Rotarians in District 3450 are truly people of action and not people of banquet. Despite the difficulty faced or caused by the COVID-19, you have managed to achieve much. I'm pleased to note that your signature events like the Rotary Hong Kong Ultra Marathon and the Rotary Service Day are not cancelled, but just only postponed. I look forward to that. Your Metro Radio Rotary Serve to Change Lives radio program series caught my attention too. I understand that you have completed all the 11 episodes. This program presents engaging stories about service by your Rotarians, sharing their expertise and experience within the community. The programs serve as a promotion of Rotary District 3450 to the public and also a good introduction to Rotary for new potential members. It is definitely a great public image tool and highly innovative as well. It is priceless to reach 400,000 people. I cannot imagine if you have to pay for the airtime. I also cannot think of a better way to reach such a wide audience. Well done. Finally, I would like to thank your generous donors for their contributions to the Rotary Foundation. To date, you have contributed a total of nearly 1.1 million US dollars, exceeding your initial target of $1 million US, of which over 514,000 are actually annual fund giving, giving you your per capita of over US $200. You have not done badly for end polio either. Your coordinated end polio relay walk all over the various regions raised more than 100,000. And this is highly commendable. There's still more than a month to go, and I'm sure the final tally will even be higher. So currently, Hong Kong ranks 18th in the world in terms of contributions to the Rotary Foundation. Your district has consistently been the top giving district in the world ranking. You are the one who contributes so generously to the Rotary Foundation. You are the one who dream big to bring good into the world through meaningful projects. And of course, you are the ones who have put the world on the brink of eradicating polio. I will share more on Rotary Foundation during tomorrow's sessions. So once again, thank you so much for having me to talk to you. Please enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Rotary International Director nominee Jim Bok Chiu. We wish to see you again very soon.
Okay, now we would like to conduct the first round of roll calls, and it will be done by area. And after that, we will be having a group photo. So if you have members outside this hall taking some other photos, then maybe try to get them back into the hall so we can have a group photo for the first day, together. So if you have your members outside, please ask them to come back. Okay, now let's start the roll call by, we will do that by area, and we will start with Macau. So when I call your area, please rise and be recognized. Start with Macau, area 1. Please rise and be recognized. 澳門嘅朋友瞓咗覺係嘛？我哋一齊再俾多次掌聲好唔好？一齊企起身 ，be recognized。
聽唔到啊？
應該聽到我哋嘅係嘛 ？Okay, okay, that's okay. All right, let's do that. The next. Okay, so we have some delays, yes. Thank you, Macau. Okay, coming up, Mongolia. So when I call your area, Area 9 and Area 10, please rise and be recognized. Thank you, Mongolia. Thank you. Okay, now come back to Hong Kong. First of all, Area 2, please rise and be recognized.
Please rise, Area 2.
Area 2. Okay. Coming up, Area 3. Please rise and be recognized.
Woo!
Okay. Area 4.
Woo!
Always the most powerful. Area 4. Thank you. Area 5. Please rise and be recognized. Thank you, Area 5. Area 6, please rise and be recognized. Thank you. Please be seated. Coming up, Area 7, please
Area
rise
7!
and be recognized. Thank you. Area 8, please rise and be recognized. Thank you. Area 11. Thank you. Last but not least, Area 12. Please rise and be recognized. Thank you very much. Okay, so thanks everyone. The following announcement is about the breakout section, so please pay attention. Now, may I now invite Secretary General, Past President Eliza Friend, to come on the stage for the announcement. Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Roy. To start with, we are pleased to introduce the Rotary District 3450 account of Instagram. Rotaractors have been very nice to set up an IG wall in the hallway where all the House of Friendships are. If you have not created, post, or tag, please find a time to do so within the next 2 days of the conference. Organizing committee has arranged prizes for the most outstanding and most creative posts. If you need further assistance on this, please find the Rotaractors that are all around the lobby to assist you. The following announcement is about the arrangements of breakout sessions. Due to social distancing regulations and therefore limited sitting capacities in each breakout venue, we have already pre-assigned all breakout sessions. Please check the label on the back of your conference badge. It indicates the venue and the number of the breakout sessions you have been assigned to. There are 5 breakout sessions in Hong Kong, namely, number 1, vocational opportunities in a changing world in main ballroom A. Number 2, serve to change lives. It will be on the 11th floor, function room 2. Number 3, how Rotary changes you on the 11th floor, function room 4. Breakout session 4 is on sustainability in meeting changes, ESG, main ballroom B. Number 5 is education to meet change in main ballroom C. We'll be setting up main ballroom into 3 rooms, A, B, and C, while the other 2 sessions will be on the 11th floor. Please use the lifts at the lobby to access. There will be Sergeant-at-Arms and Rotaract helpers to assist you. Please note that there will be no simultaneous interpretations for all the breakout sessions. English sessions are How Rotary Changes You in Function Room 4 on the 11th floor, and Sustainability in Meeting Changes, ESG, in Main Ballroom B. The remaining 3 sessions are conducted in Chinese. All sessions will commence again at 16:25, 4:25, and upon this session's completion. We will reconvene here in this ballroom to report on our findings. Please be reminded that there is strictly no food and drinks to be consumed in all breakout areas and in the main ballroom. We have, however, arranged and prepared facilities in a multi-function room on the 11th floor, room C, should you wish to take a water break. As the hotels need to set up the ballroom for our next sessions, we ask for your kind cooperation to bring with you all your personal belongings when you leave for the break. We shall see you again soon after the breakout. Thank you and a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Secretary General.
Before we go for a break, as Rotarians, we have a very important thing to do. Guess what that is? Photo shooting. So please stay in your seats. You don't have to move. Our photographer will come up and take a picture of you in your seats. 佳哥。
好，我哋睇下佳哥去喺邊度先。喺度啊，唉，我都話唔使擔心啦。好，咦，我哋落唔落去一齊影相好咧？
我哋係咪都應該落去影相？
好，而家我哋係咪將我哋盡量坐喺中間係咪啊？佳哥，係盡量坐埋中間呢幾行好唔好啊？逼逼地咧，咁先有氣氛嘅嚇。如果唔係咧，就好似疏疏落落咁樣。我哋就坐翻埋一齊，好嘛？好，盡量 fill up 晒中間嗰啲 seats 嗰啲位先。
喂 ，production house。
好，大家
揾個位坐低。
咩都係假，最緊要影張靚相啊嘛，係咪 ？OK。好啦，大家快少少啦。
跟住影一幅位啊。
好，我哋落埋去先。我喺呢度啦。逼，好。好，大家望住鏡頭啊，睇住阿佳哥，睇住佳哥嘅指引啦。好，影一張正經嘅先嚇。1、2、3，笑，雖然遮住都睇到嘅。好，好，影完張正經嘅咧，我哋影一張 action photo 啊嘛。我哋知道咧 IPPR 咧即刻都過咗嚟同我哋一齊影啊。好，咁啊麻煩阿 DG 陪同佢同我哋一齊影啦。好 ，thank you。好，唔該晒咁多位。好啦，仲未走得住，等一陣。好 ，please 2 more minutes. So, once again, I would like to remind everyone that the restriction is still 4 people. And then when you gather and when you take photos, try to keep it under 4 people. And then and try not to upload any photos with more than 4 people to the social media. Okay, so now we are going to the breakout section. We are going to take a break, and then after that we will have a breakout section. So take a break and then go directly to your breakout section by 4:15. 4:03我哋就一齊去到 breakout section 啦。咁啊嗱，就算你而家 even if your breakout session is in this room, please leave this room now because the hotel staff needs to do the setups. 就算你係喺呢間房裏邊做 breakout section，都請你首先稍移玉步出翻去出邊先，因為咧 hotel 嘅同事咧要做一啲 set up 嘅。咁記住4點半，係咪4點15分？4點15分。
4點15分。
好，我哋就會開始我哋嘅 breakout section。So please come back to the breakout sections by 4:15. Thank you. 佢反咗個咩就係咁樣。 Ladies and...冇聲。Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our conference will resume in 5 minutes. Please be seated. We will have the reporter coming up on the stage for the breakout session reporting. 各位請留意啦，我哋咧好快，我哋個 conference 就會繼續開始翻啦。咁所以請大家靜落嚟，我知道大家咧好想大家 social 下、影下相、傾下偈。不過咧，我哋快啲開始，亦都可以快啲完結。請各位就座，我哋馬上就會開始我哋 conference。繼續開始翻，我哋會有breakout section 嘅 reporting 嘅環節嘅。係啦，如果你揾唔到位坐嘅話咧，其實咧可以去隔離嘅房咧，都係一樣嘅，都會有 live stream 即刻睇到我哋現場嘅 reporting 嘅。好，大家請麻煩留意一下，我想請 breakout session 1嘅 reporter。President Wilson Chan， 請問你喺邊度？我係需要咧揾到你咧，我哋就可以開始噶啦。President Wilson Chan 係喺度啦 ，OK， 請喺前邊等一等我哋，係啦，前邊係啦。
係咪齊啦？係咪齊？
我再叫啲人靜咗先，
齊啦，
開都冇意思嘅。 Fellow Rotarians, may I have your attention, please? Settle down, settle down. 靜少少，唔該。
Please take your seat. The sooner you sit down, the sooner we can start. The sooner you can go home.
好，請各位靜一靜啊，俾少少 attention 好唔好？我哋盡快開始，我哋亦都可以完結我哋今日嘅 Day One 嘅 District Conference 好唔好？好，靜一靜。Settle down, please. Thank you.
We'll now hear the reports on the breakout sessions. I'd like to invite the reporter of each breakout session to come on stage and present the report. You have 3 minutes each.
Now we would like to invite President Wilson Chen to report on Session 1, Vocational Opportunities in the Changing World. President Wilson, please.
Hi, good evening, DG, Keith, all past district governor, all Rotarian, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to do a summary for the vocational opportunity in the changing world, but mainly in Greater Bay Area. Okay, I think I better do the summary in 2 languages because it's really hard for me to interpret some of the terms in China. But one thing I want to ensure that when we going back to Greater Bay Area, we actually don't need to speak Mandarin. 90% are speaking Cantonese in the Greater Bay Area. So don't worry. Please go back. Okay. For the summary in Hong Kong, okay. Under the 14-5規劃, there's 2 main areas we need to focus. One is 橫琴, one is 前海. Hong Kong has a very special, I would say, privilege. Okay. Right now, Hong Kong has the 3rd largest financial center in the world. And it is an international innovation technology center. If we can catch the opportunities with the 一帶一路, One Belt, One Road, okay, we can explore more business opportunity in East Asia. Also, a lot of big company in China. Actually, the senior management and the angel fund investor are mainly from Hong Kong. So we are lucky that we are now living and working in Hong Kong. I encourage all the young people of the next generation to learn and explore more in Greater Bay Area instead of just starting their business in the Greater Bay Area without knowing their own policy. It's quite different culture in between Hong Kong and China, but we have our own advantage. And Hong Kong has different law culture, okay? We are under the common law, and so we should use our advantage to help develop Hong Kong. The last is Hong Kong actually is part of the Greater Bay Area, so we don't actually need to leave Hong Kong and go back. We can travel in between 2 sides. Thank you very much. This is my summary.
Thank you very much.
Now we'd like to invite past President Angela Wong to report on Session 2, Serve to Change Lives.
Hi, DG Kif, all past district governors, district officials, presidents and Rotarians. So our topic is about serves to change lives. So we have 3 guest speakers, our DGND, Nigel, who is an 18-year experienced Rotarian from Rotary Club of Hong Kong North, road directors Becky, who has been with us for 3 years, and Michael, who is a university student from Chinese University, who found an NGO called Companion Hong Kong, who took care about the university students' emotion. So according to DGND Nigel's experience over the last 18 years, after doing 2 major service projects about taking care of old people in Wan Chai and Asperger's kids suffering from Asperger's syndrome to play soccer. Actually, we always think about service project in distributing goods, giving monies, and providing some cares. But that project about old people in Wan Chai, actually the club sent photographers to old Wan Chai district to help to take pictures of the old people who haven't got the luxuries to take wedding photos or family photos in the old days. So actually that gave him a very good experience of parting just by giving money or this supplies. He can see all the smiles and the old people having their old nice memory, having been photographed once more. And for the soccer training project, he saw those kids who actually has Asperger's syndrome with social difficulties, and after a whole year of training, they actually went back to being very normal social life with normal football games with normal children, and the parents are really grateful of providing such opportunities for the kids to play with the other kids. So for road tractors, Becky also been very good with setting a project called Let's Speak Up. So she took care of those emotionally stressed people, and she also served online with people from Mongolia and Macau. So actually gave her a great opportunity to take care of mentally disabled people, also with those autistic and kids suffering from ADHD, to actually regain the confidence and to learn to take care of themselves. And Michael, who's a very young, passionate student, he actually, during COVID, set up that Companion Hong Kong, and himself trying to recruit 20 to 30 volunteers to talk with those mentally stressed students in the university, to listen to them, to help them to vent their worries, and hopefully to empower them to take care of themselves as well. So I think by doing service projects, not just by giving materialistic care, they also help to provide emotional care. Also, during those service projects, all 3 of them agree that themselves gain a lot of understanding of how they can be helpful to the community, and they also feel fulfilled in their life as well. I think that's all I want to share.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. Now we would like to invite President-elect Adrian Lau to report on Session 3. Rotary Changes You.
DG Keith, PDGs, IDG Norman, DGN Andy, DGND Nigel, district officers, club presidents, and fellow Rotarians and Rotarators. I'm PE Adrian from Rotary Club of Star Avenue. I'm going to briefly report on what our team has discussed regarding how Rotary changes you. We have 3 speakers in the group. The first speaker is CP Fournier. She started as a charter member of a Rotary Club and participated actively as a Rotarator. She learned a lot from the Mother Club, which is Rotary Club of Taipo, and especially the 4-way test and the need to focus on enjoyment in Rotary. Later on, she chartered her own Rotary Club at the right time, and she highlights on community services and lead the club to grow up. One more thing about Fonia, she knew her husband in Rotary. The second speaker is P. Flora of Star Avenue. She left the corporate role a few years ago and wanted to explore something new in life. She was attracted by the 4-way test and the 7 areas of focus of Rotary. She joined various activities of Rotary, including the large-scale function in Manila, and she found all these Rotary's activities eye-opening. And eventually, she decided to leave the comfort zone and get involved deeply in the Rotary for its services and the leadership in the club. And the first speaker is DGN Andy. He said that he can find many opportunities in Rotary, for example, friendship, business development, public speaking, leadership development, etc. And he considers that joining Rotary allows us to be part of something bigger than ourselves. He considers Rotary is a good place to meet nice people, serve people in need, get lifelong learning opportunities, have leadership training, identify business network platform, improve company growth, create a stronger bond among the club members and their families, and build lifelong friendship. He got support from his family, club, and the district. And lastly, each of the speakers is asked to give one sentence to describe Rotary. And CP Fournier said, we can find enjoyment in Rotary. P. Flora said, Rotary is love. And DG Andy said, Rotary is opportunity. That's my brief report, and sorry about the rush. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we'd like to invite President-elect Martin Gans to report on Session 4, Sustainability in Meeting Change.
Good afternoon, fellow Rotarians. I'll make it simple. The subject of our breakout session 4A was Sustainability in Meeting Change, ESG Hong Kong. To be honest, actually, when I came here, I didn't really know what is ESG. I learned quite a bit. Now, I'm sure many of you are the same as me, meaning that what is ESG? To moderate this, we had DAG Simon, who was the moderator. We had Dr. Fang Chang, who is a Managing Director of Sustainable Finance Group, Bank of America. And we had Andy Chung, the Regional Representative Asia of ESG Matters, co-founder of Matters Academy. Both of them are experts in their field. Dr. Fang more on the side of finance, obviously, and Andy Chung more in the line of technology development, education, and all that. So, now ESG, what is that? E stands for environmental, S for social, G for governance. Now I studied that a bit on the websites. ESG environmental side will be the biodiversity, water scarcity, energy efficiency, carbon intensity, and environmental systems. Social will be community relation, customer satisfaction, privacy, equal opportunities, freedom of association, health and safety, human rights. Governance, the last one, is political contribution, corruption, whistleblower issues, business ethics, executive compensation, and shareholder democracy. So roughly that. So now, obviously, the one that's probably most in the newspapers is about reaching carbon neutrality in 2050, 2060, whatever the numbers are. Now, the question is how to get there is really the key problem. It seems like the targets are quite clear where we should go, but it's not so clear how. Now, there's a lot of issues about one of the topics, for instance, is during COVID 2 years, actually the ecology actually improved, but what happens after? So that's the question of those opportunities, how to manage these targets. We need to have targets, there need to be policies in the companies. And of course, finally, the key issue is also for investors. They will want to really worry about how to invest, knowing that the company that they invest in, products they produce, services they provide are actually ESG compliant as a benefit to the company and the shareholders and, of course, the investors in those startups. That's about it. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Now we would like to invite Charter President Josh Wong to report on Session 5, Education to Meet the Change.
Good afternoon, fellow Rotarians. I'm here to report on Education to Meet Change in the breakout session that was conducted by Professor Anthony Zhang Binglan Gaosao. So two facts were identified. Education changes lives, and all countries think they're not good enough and learn from each other in order to change education. And then the topics were separated into four main topics. One is education and education change. According to Professor Anthony Zhang, he mentioned that everyone is an expert when talking about education. And some people say education suppresses creativity and focuses too much on exams, and it's not very practical. Education is not enough, some say, or education makes people not very happy. So should we actually change the education? But if we do so to focus on individuals' expertise, then it's very hard to compare different people's education. So that's why it has been mentioned whether we should continue using a one-size-fits-all way in education. So UNESCO has actually done researches on transformation for education, and McKinsey has also found out from their report saying that there are jobs lost and jobs gained due to automation, and hence education must change accordingly. Topic 2 is, what is education for? There are traditional thoughts and also difference because of advancement in society. So some argue that education has to change. We've compared the American style of education and the Japanese style of education. And it has been mentioned that instead of just teaching people, focusing just on education, doing exams, it should be focusing on the importance of the soul. Okay, this is what the Japanese argument has mentioned. And in Hong Kong, so for Hong Kong's education, we've identified threats, and we have to resolve such problems, okay? And the third topic is about, in this changing world, the world is changing, and there are pros and cons simultaneously. And for example, there are many benefits brought about by new technology, but at the same time, because of social media, etc., we have a lot of contradictions because of the internet. So this is something that we have to overcome. And the fourth topic goes on to talking about Hong Kong. So Hong Kong has to identify its core values and get itself involved in the Greater Bay Area to identify the changes in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'd like to invite past President Bat Erdin from Mongolia to report also on Session 2, Serve to Change Lives.
Good afternoon, fellow Rotarians. Let me just be quick on our session and what we discussed about on the topic Serve to Change Lives. In beginning, we just simply answering questions of how our projects and how our clubs are engaged in changing lives of others, but also As our guest speaker, our representative, Mr. Bokchu, explained, not only changing others' lives, but also changing our own lives will lead to more careers and also more changes to others. So it will have more effect. So with that, all of our club members introduced and discussed about the past experiences and moments. So first of all, our PP Artangel from Ulaanbaatar Rotary Club, and also PP Inchimik and P Batumtsitsik and AG Boterma and President Narmandach and President Giltsik and President Mukhbilik and President Undra and President Dalwarsurum and also CP Bayursachan and PAG Birtsik and IAG Kema and IAG Galbatrach. So all those people mentioned about opportunities that changed their lives, and some of the projects including opportunities for all, inclusive playground, and those projects were all involving over 560 people, or indirectly for over 4,000 people. So it helped to increase more awareness, but also enabled kids to participate in events that will also give them more realization of the changing lives. And some of those projects were included cooperation with Red Cross and engaging CPR training. So this way, everyone is a lifesaver, and so with that, everyone should be trained to how to provide the CPR. So with that training, there were also over 100 participants, and that project also enabled cooperation with other organizations, and it was a very good opportunity to make awareness of Rotary as well. And as the previous speaker noted, that education is also important, and we have also Mongolian education system compared with Japanese, and that topic was discussed as well. And we need to prepare the teachers as well. So there was a scholarship program for teachers. As IAG Galbatrach mentioned, there was a scholarship and mentorship program, and there is an ongoing fund to continue support and expansion of that scholarship project. So it will actually help to have more kids to have desire to learn as a teacher. So because of the good teacher is the foundation to prepare good citizen, and that teacher trained to trainees, and those kind of projects are really important to know the capabilities and also to increase the betterment of the trainees. And also, well, lastly, let me just be quick. Many of the projects, including a lot of life-changing moments that we shared as well. So all of what we do is, not just helping the community, but also giving more opportunity to grow within in our community. So, and magic happens in Rotary. But that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming up, we would like to invite Deputy District Secretary Alpho So from Macau to report also on Session 4, Sustainability in Meeting Change. Thank you very much.
Okay. Dear DG Keith, the district leaders, fellow Rotarians, this is PP Alpha from the Rotary Club of Macau, representing Area 1 for our section on sustainability in meeting change, ESG. We had the pleasure of inviting 3 panelists, including Dr. Bernard Chang, Director of Sustainability from SJM, which is a major integrated resort in Macau, Mr. Rafa Sheng, Manager of Business Development, which is from CSL Asia, which has a lot of investment and services in Macau and Portugal, and also Mr. Tim Leung, Deputy General Manager of Banco Commercial Portuguese, which has a banking business in Macau and Portugal as well. And we talk about what is ESG, why we need to do ESG, how do we do it, and how do we actually apply it in Rotary as well. We already heard another group sharing what is ESG, so I'm not going to go into details. So jumping into why we need to do ESG, basically our discussion circle around carrot and stick. A stick meaning that it is sometimes a government requirement, something that we need to do, and also a personal and corporate responsibility as well. But at the same time, by practicing ESG, it builds goodwill, it creates profits, it saves money, and it actually has a way of attracting the younger generation too, because the younger generation is a value-driven generation. So that could potentially create a better environment of work inside the company as well. In terms of how to do ESG, of course, we all know about saving paper, but during the COVID, we talked a lot more about actually going paperless. And by upgrading our IT system, that in a way is saving paper. And also a lot of the mega resorts spend a lot of money on energy. So having an energy audit is a very important exercise and save a lot of money. So things like that are things that we may be more familiar with, but ESG can also be applied to green projects. For example, our guest share about the cattle ranching project in Portugal. On one hand, how do we make more sustainable cattle ranching and at the same time being more beneficial to the farmers over there? Is essentially something similar to fair trade. And also we can invest in green finance, for example, green bonds, and then also investments in green projects like that, which in return actually has some financial return to us. So it's not just about spending money, it's actually about making profits. At the same time, we also talk about how do we practice ESG in Rotary. We all eat a lot, right, in Rotary. So actually having sustainable food, sustainable seafood, sustainable food in our regular meeting is something that Rotarians can do in our regular meeting exercises. Rotary has a lot of ideas regarding going green. For example, our carpooling processes, and also how do we do our projects in a green way. That is something that we should consider too. And also we touch base on how do we actually upcycle. We share some examples of using the corks from wine bottles for fishing, which is a way of upcycling. And in fact, some of our clubs in Macau also did some upcycling projects to inspire the next generation to be more environmental friendly. And in our personal life as well, there's a lot of things that we can practice by saving energy, saving paper, saving water, saving plastic. But at the same time, we also pay particular attention to how do we deal with things that we do not want but have in our house, right? Certainly we can donate it, but our guest also mentioned that we can actually resell them on certain platform, which he actually makes some profit out of it as well. So there are many different ways that we can practice ESG in corporate, in Rotary, and also in our personal life as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alvo. Now we would like to invite Secretary General Eliza for the House announcements again.
Thank you, Roy. We'll start with laundry items on lost and found. We have a set of year found encased in black leather, and it's got engraved a name on it. If you're the lucky owner of that, would you please kindly contact myself or any one of the OC members? We appeal to all conference delegates, please double check your souvenir bag in case your souvenir bag got mixed up with another person's. We've got conference delegates reporting to us that the souvenir bags got mixed up, but they do have their own personal items inside the bag. If you're the lucky owner of one, please kindly contact myself or any one of the OC members. The following announcements is on behalf of the District Foundation Committee, who have then arranged a photo sessions with District Governor Keith and the following groups. Group 1, new major donors. Group 2, new Paul Harris Fellow. Group 3, new Paul Harris Society members. Group 4, new benefactors. Group 5, presidents of ERUI clubs. These photo sessions will be held in the ballroom area to my left, room C, right after when the session closes. Individual invitations will have been made by the Foundation Committee to participating individuals. If you're not sure or for further information, please kindly contact Foundation Committee members who are then stationed at the lobby. Finally, we wish to remind all conference delegates that we need to register and check in again tomorrow at the reception area for Day 2 conference. As we check in tomorrow, we'll be giving out lunch coupons to each delegate over the 4 lunch venues, and in order, namely, number 1, Rue, the Chinese restaurant, also on the 7th floor. Number 2, at the Ballroom, also serving Chinese menu. Number 3, 9th floor, Cafe Sako, serving buffet lunch. Number 4, on the 3rd floor of Nina Mall, also serving Chinese menu. Appreciate if all conference delegates do understand that registration is by individuals and not by clubs. Therefore, if club members wish to sit together for lunch, it would be much appreciated if members can check in together. Thank you for your kind attention, and we shall see each other again tomorrow. A very good evening to you all.
Thank you, Eliza. May we now invite District Governor Keith to close the first plenary session. District Governor Keith, please.
I declare the first plenary session closed.
Thank you, District Governor Keith. That also concludes our first day's program.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye. Thank you.